It is time once again to get back to the work. I know, I know. I thought I was done. I thought that my well of inspiration had run out. But just as I thought that I couldn't come up with anything else, I have proven myself wrong once more. Because not only did I come up with one extra ability, I came up with two extra abilities. Not only that, I came up with a brilliant idea. What if I brought along someone who could help me? Someone who I trust a lot with stuff like this. Someone inspiring and someone who is full of potential himself. Let me introduce you to JJ.
Hello, y'all.
Greetings,
Thanks for
JJ.
introducing.
Hold on. I don't know if you are audible against the music, so
Oh,
I'm
no,
just.
no,
Mhm.
I can hear you. Like,
Okay.
oh, I just can't hear the stream. I mean, I gotta
Mhm.
mute it off. So
Perfectly
it's just
fine.
me and you. Yeah.
Okay. Compared to the standard audio of the music, I think you are audible enough. So let's get on to the stream. Greetings. Okay. Now, JJ, you are one of the few people who I have played Runehack Fairy Heist with for several months. 8 months to be specific.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's true. I never actually counted months, but yes, that's true.
I did not need to count the months either, I just compared the dates, the starting and ending date.
I see then. That makes sense.
Yeah. It was a fun campaign. We had a small group uh, a small group of people who were in Jewel Stake, one of the cities in Runehack. One of the few cities that are actually illustrated.
Ooh, yes.
And by few, I mean the only one.
Oh. That must be a pretty good city.
Jewel Stake. Honestly, I did commission the artwork for it just because of the group that was playing in it. But hold on, if it's not here, well, okay, I have it elsewhere for sure. Never mind. The point is, we have played for a while. You know how this game works. You know if it has the potential or not. And
Oh,
if there's anyone, you would be the one who would be the best suited for advice with abilities.
that's true.
Well, you as well as the other players, but for now you are the available option, so I'm going with you. Okay. Here's the thing, the biggest change I've made to the game. I decided to compress the apps into fewer options that have more upgrades. Previously, you've had single-purpose applications that you picked multiple of. Let me see. Hold on, I thought I have the Fairy Heist somewhere here. Here it is. So previously, the apps looked something like this, where you have multiple applications, each of which has pretty much a single purpose, and you can pick, I think, 12 of them was the original limit. What I did here is rework it so that it's a single app with multiple upgrades that you can purchase or not purchase.
I see, so you buy them from the store.
Oh yeah, that was the case all along. I mean, even in the original game, you would purchase them for 30 credits. You can buy and sell abilities while not in a heist. A new ability costs you 30 credits, increased by 10 credits for every capstone ability owned. I put it this way, mainly because of a thing that I talked about with some other game designers recently, which was about character advancement. Here's a little interesting fact for you, which game designers are well aware of, and some D&D fans are also aware of. In the old editions of Dungeons and Dragons, you would gain. No, in older editions of Dungeons and Dragons, gold would equal experience points.
Ooh,
It,
that's kind of different back then.
oh yeah, it is different. But do you know what it did to people? What it did to the players?
What's that? Make them
They,
money hoarders?
well, yes, that also. But here's the important consequence of that. Not only did they become money hoarders, they would prioritize earning money over other stuff, like fighting the monsters.
Uh-oh.
Think of it this way. You find out that there's a dragon with a hoard of gold in this mountain over here. In current edition, you would go fight the dragon because it has lots of XP. He will earn experience points, he will get so many level ups and so on and so forth. If you survive, that is. In the older editions, the question would not be, can we defeat the dragon? The question would be, can we get its gold without defeating it, without dying ourselves?
That feels like a big like social experiment, like
Hmm?
you know, whether they make the players forced to choose like whether they want to actually fight monsters or just get gold and ignore the monsters.
Well, that's simply, in my opinion, the player's psychology, which is the players will want to do what they are rewarded for doing. If they are rewarded for killing, they will want to kill. If they get rewarded for stealing, they will want to steal.
Yeah.
It does have its consequences. In the previous editions, that would mean that the characters are, how would I put it? Well, more cowardly, but not in a negative way. I guess cautious would be a better way to put it.
Hmm.
Because the
Well,
monsters could be deadly, you don't want to risk dying, and so on and so forth.
yeah.
In the newer editions, players are rewarded by default for killing. That means that if they find a monster that is a problem, the first thing they will think about is, okay, how do we kill it?
That's true.
This does have a negative also. In the other one, players would get too cautious, they would avoid combat. In this version, at least this is my hypothesis, I don't know for sure, but I think this is how you get murder hobos. You're aware of what a murder hobo is, right?
Yes.
The player who solves all the problems by killing them.
Oh no.
Well, yeah, of course you get a murder hobo if you solve all the problems through combat. No, if you reward combat, that's the point.
Yeah.
Sure, modern game masters will argue that, oh, I'm not gonna reward you for killing random citizens or random sheep or whatever. Uh, I will only reward XP for fighting whatever you are supposed to fight. Which, okay, that's got a whole lot of new problems to it.
Mhm.
And then the other group of game masters will say, well, you don't reward XP just for combat. Let's be real here. There are guidelines for rewarding XP for social interaction and so forth.
Mhm.
Yeah, the rules are there, sure, but do you know how they are written? You probably don't because you did not play that much Dungeons and Dragons, right?
Yeah, I haven't played much Dungeons and Dragons, but go on.
That's perfectly fine. Here's roughly what is written there, or at least was in the 2014 Player's Handbook. Since then, we already got 2024 Player's Handbook, like an update 10 years later. So, in the unupdated version, it would read something along the lines of to reward XP for social interaction, compare how difficult it was to combat, how many resources were expended, and so on, how risky it was, how dangerous. In other words, how do you reward XP for social stuff? Well, think of it like combat, and that's your starting point.
Yeah.
I get that it's difficult to evaluate social interaction, but this just tells me that the most important thing to reward in the game is combat. And for a good reason. Because within Dungeons and Dragons, combat is the most. What's the word? Complicated system or involved. In other words, there's the most stuff, the most focus in the entire game on combat.
Yeah.
All that to say, in Fairy Heist, you don't get XP, you only get money, credits, which you spend on your apps and stuff. And that's just fine, I think. If my hypothesis is correct, that will mean that the players will prioritize gathering items over trying to befuddle the guards or anything like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Apps are the abilities. Previously I've called them abilities. I am not so sure why. When I could just call them apps, that's just... it feels better. And in the update, I came up with 7 apps. 7 core apps that you get to upgrade later.
Nice.
I have listed them in alphabetical order. First one is affecting basically area of effect with some effect. Like, for example, in this case, it's blinding, or it could be also deafening. Well, choose one sense. So it could be blinding, deafening, and so on. With this upgrade, it's multiple. And there's one extra thing I changed with these apps, how I approach them. And that is, I am trying to add different ways that you can track the app usage. In this case, it's allowing you to expand or shrink your domain by some distance. Yes, I called it domain on purpose. Domain expansion.
No, domain expansion. That's
So
amazing.
this is the first one, domain, what you can expand or shrink.
Yeah.
The second one is enhance, which is basically buffing yourself. The first use of it is allowing you to not be perceived by either sight or hearing. Then there are some other upgrades like making you stronger, or oh yeah, sharing your benefits of the app with other allies, disguising yourself, and so on. The downside here is stamina. You can only do this for so many turns in a row, and you regain stamina, quote unquote, by standing still for a turn.
That's wow.
Pretty cool, right? At least on paper it sounds cool. I don't know yet how it's gonna work in practice, and I do want to playtest this game eventually. This name should sound familiar. Of course. It's the grasper, the telekinesis, the hand.
Oh, yeah, I remember that one.
Mm-hmm. It allows you to manipulate items meant for big folk mostly, but like in general, you manipulate items much more easily with this. And at the start, you only have one grasper. As you upgrade this app, you can have more than one grasper, each of which you could use at the same time with the same action, I think. I don't know yet if this will work out balance wise, action economy wise, and so on, but for now it is what it is.
Yeah.
And this is about hacking devices. As you remember, the technology in this world is powered by runes, so there are no electronics, but it's still working kind of like electronics. There are differences, of course, but the point is you get to hack stuff, and how much stuff you can connect to increases with how many upgrades you have. Linking is about buffing your allies and yourself at the same time. I think the core usage of this is linking your movements so that if either of you moves, the other one moves with them as well. It's not that useful, I think, but actually no, screw it. It can be really useful.
Very useful indeed.
Oh, and the limitation here is what distance you can have from the linked ally, or what distance can the linked ally have from you. If I don't know actually how to reword this, maybe. Oh yeah, the other one can follow, no action required. So in other words, if you choose to not follow, the distance can grow and eventually snap. The link snaps. Then here is a renamed app, Lucy, which is illusions. You know, the illusory trick.
Yeah.
This one is limited by ticks of a clock. Each illusion is temporary, and once the clock runs out, its illusion vanishes.
Good.
I'm trying to think if there's any limit to. Yeah, because the amount of clocks you can have increases. I guess the number of ticks can stay unspecified in this limitation. Like, you can have, in theory, 5 or so clocks with 6 ticks if you were to summon them quickly enough. But okay, whatever, that's beside the point. Now, Sway. That one was pretty popular in our game, if I remember correctly. It's about influencing the enemies. Specifically, blinding them or something, making them move, asking questions about them, making them drop stuff. This one is likely gonna be very versatile, but I want each of them to be versatile one way or another.
Ooh.
The limitation I'm introducing here is familiarity. Sorry, you wanted to say something?
No. Go on.
Okay. Familiarity is the limitation here. It basically means the longer you are trying to influence an NPC, the better you get at it. Familiarity starts at 10, and you roll 3d6 to try and influence them every time you use the app on them. If you roll under the familiarity, you succeed. Familiarity grows by familiarity grows by 1 at the end of each turn. End of your turn.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's all the apps. So, here's the problem that I stumbled across, right? Apps, we have domain. We also have enhance, grasper, Lucy, sway, link, and one more that I'm forgetting, hex. Here's the problem. If you look at them written like this, you will realize why I had such hard time coming up with more abilities. Can you guess why?
What's that?
Well, let's see what are they targeting. Sway is targeting an enemy. Actually, let me write that down. Enemy. Link is targeting an ally of yours. Enhance is targeting self. And you are starting to see the pattern. Domain is targeting an area. Hex is targeting a device. The remaining two are harder to define, so let's just say that this one targets items, which is pretty good in a game about stealing items. And Lucy is targeting, let's say, empty space, because that's where the illusion can happen.
Yeah. The null void.
Mhm.
Just an empty space.
Mhm.
Essentially.
Yeah. So.
Not mine.
Mhm.
But because it is an illusion.
Oh yeah. It does target the mind of enemies technically, but I think it targets all the minds. But I don't know. Mind feels more esoteric to me than empty space here. Even though empty space is literally nothing, but at least you can imagine empty space in a room where you suddenly spring up an illusion of a box or something. The point is, it's really difficult to come up with something else beyond this. Right?
Right.
Because you already have all the possible targets covered. If you think like, oh, it's gonna be something that's gonna buff myself or give me some temporary boost, it can fall into enhance. If it's an ally buff, it goes into link. If it's an enemy debuff, it goes into sway. And if it's an area effect, it goes into area.
I see. So you want to make another, like, a different kind of, like, category for apps.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, that can be really difficult. Yeah, I understand now.
And not only did I get one idea for a new app, I got two of them. So let me introduce you to body telekinesis and decoy something. Okay, what's the premise here? Why is body telekinesis not gonna be sway? Because sway is influencing enemy's mind. Which I know I just said that mind is an esoteric thing, but think of it more like enemies' decision making is influenced here, where they choose to go.
Yeah.
In order to influence their decision making, you need to understand them better, hence why you need the influence action. You would not need influence for the body telekinesis app. I don't know yet what kind of limitation it should have, but for now, let's address the other one. Decoy. I called it decoy something, but I don't know what to call it. I guess just decoy. I've toyed before with the idea of a player character having two characters to manipulate on the map. One of them being a real character and one of them being a rune bot that is a sort of replacement or something. And that it's a fine start. The problem was when I figured that I'm gonna make the rune bot big, human-sized. That would change a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
The solution there was just to go to things smaller, to make it a decoy, fairy-sized rune bot.
Oh.
Something that the guards could easily mistake for another fairy.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. And I think in case of a decoy, I could reuse one of the older limitations I had an idea for before. Here's the thing. Before these ideas, I had some rejected ideas. One of them was the Runebot fake guard, which, yeah, it sounds nice, until you think that the fairies could just hide inside of the Runebot's body, or gather their loot there, and so on and so forth. It is technologically feasible, but yeah, it felt too powerful, so that's a no-go.
Makes sense.
Then I've had an idea for hard light tools. In other words, with an illusion, you create the image of an item, and you can actually use the item. That one is also strong, and to your surprise, probably, it is feasible within Runehack. I have looked into stuff like Cold Fusion, Hard Light, and so on. I know it's a sci-fi concept, but in theory, I think I could explain it away. It could fit there, is what I'm trying to say. The reason why I did not include it as an app is because I wanted to include it as an upgrade here. Here, for Lucy, which is, the illusion app. So of course you can form illusions out of hard light. That just makes sense.
Makes sense to me.
Mm-hmm. That's why hard light tools were also rejected. Okay, but now I forgot what the other ones were, so I'm gonna have to look that up in my notes. Fairy Heist. This is not it. Where is it? Fairy Heist update. Let's have a look at the drawing. Okay. Yeah, okay, communicators. I feel like you already know what the problem with this one is gonna be, because there is an overlap. I will just say that this idea was hacking all the enemies at the same time instead of just a single device. Sounds fine, but that's already what Hex does. It's for hacking devices. And this one is an extremely specific device. If the game master were to decide, oh, there are no communicators here because the guards are not an organized unit, the player is gonna have a bad time.
Gonna have a bad time.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Fairy Heist update. Okay, destroy. That one was an interesting idea. It could, in theory, work, but it feels weird. Because the point of this is you could use the app to destroy specific stuff, like break window glass. Well, window glass. Brain is not braining today. Glass window, or burn something flammable, and so on. I'm sure if I tried to, I could come up with more ways of destroying stuff. Do you want to
Mhm.
guess what the problem with it is?
What's that?
It depends
Oh,
on what the GM puts on your map.
oh yeah.
If you happen to have the glass breaking version of the app and there is no glass, I guess you don't get to use this.
I see.
Yeah.
It's based on the map.
Hmm.
It's like having a spell that only works if you're near a volcano, but there's no volcanoes.
Perfect. Spot on example. No, that's literally it. Like a spell that works near a volcano. Well, how many times are you near a volcano? In a volcano-centric campaign, sure, it's gonna be fine. In a non-volcano centric campaign, like, oh, I don't know, you're in the middle of the sea or in a lowlands, flatlands area without a single volcano in sight, you're gonna have a hard time using that spell ever.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, it's time to talk about the cancel culture. I'm
Oh
kidding.
no.
It's time
Oh,
to talk about the cancellation of runes. This could, in theory, work. You could, in theory, have someone who can deactivate devices and make them not work, which could include the communicators, but or it could include the runing doors and computers and so on and so forth. The problem with it is that it's once again it's hex, but with a specific use.
mm,
Now, in theory, it would influence not just devices, but all kinds of runic effects, telekinesis, illusions, and so on. The problem, the problem with that is that in the stage in which Runehack exists as a world, you would have a hard time finding, in practice, anyone using runes, quote unquote, raw, without runic devices. Think of
yeah.
it um, like if someone were carrying with them a battery, two wires, and and a light bulb. Not in
Okay.
some kind of casing, not with some extra bit, just raw electronics like that. That's kind of what we are talking about here. Needless to say, it feels really niche.
Yeah.
And that, I think, brings me to my final idea, which did not work. JJ, do you like Fortnite?
Oh no! Oh no! Not Fortnite. Don't reveal that to the world.
I am not revealing anything, I was just asking. Um, okay, Fortnite is not what this is about. I was just joking, but that's the first thing that comes to my mind when I think construct, because of those ways players can build walls and slanted mm, ramps and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
That is not necessarily what this would be, but think of it like telekinetic composition of stuff. In other words, you arrive into a room, you roll a bunch of dice to see what kinds of materials are there, and based on them, you construct a device. It sounds nice. It sounds like it could work. But the
Yeah.
recipes for the devices and their effects and so on and so forth. That would be painful to make.
Very painful.
Oh. Here it is. But here's a kicker. Construct on its own doesn't work for me. What it could work for is decoy. Think of it this way. A runebot body, proper runebot body, will be pretty expensive to use as a decoy. A really expensive decoy. What if you could make one up?
Oh, make one up.
Yeah. You arrive into a building, you spot what kind of loose materials you find there, and out of them you create a separate fairy body that you can, I don't know, either control or give instructions to control it remotely.
Ooh.
That could totally work, at least in my mind.
But in practice,
Well, in practice, I guess we'll see when the playtests begin. Okay, it's time to write down that stuff. And decoy. I did have ideas for materials written on in my notes. Okay. Fire, wood, cloth, plastic, cordage, duct tape. Funny thing is, you could bring duct tape with you, and as for the other ones, oh, I think I should reorder them, because 3 of them are materials that you make stuff out of, and 3 of them are like binding agents in a way. Three, two, one. Alright, and it's alphabetically ordered. The simplest way I can think of doing it is just combining one of these, or maybe here, one of these with one of these. That could work. But if you were to combine more of them, like doing more of these means the the decoy is sturdier. Not sure what more of these would do. We'll figure that out.
let me see. Cloth, plastic, wood, cordage, duct tape, and wire. Actually, I'll be right back, my friend.
Perfectly fine.
I'm back, mate.
Welcome back. While you were gone, I managed to write down the core of the ability.
Ooh, nice.
Which means we get to make up the upgrades. Here's the premise of it. When you use the app, you choose one form and one bind in your area, create a fairy-sized decoy out of them. It moves, sounds, and from the distance even looks like a fairy. And then, furthermore, whenever you use this app, you can move this decoy up to 3 areas away. You don't get more decoys as you get upgrades. Instead, you get to find more materials. Actually, let's make that 2d6 at the start. Okay, you get to find more materials, which means you will get to make more advanced decoys, so to say. Question is though, what is gonna count as more advanced? And that's a puzzle. That's gonna be tricky. I just realized it's getting kind of dark, so this time I will need to go and pull the curtains, but I will be right back. And
Okay,
in the meantime, yeah, you can think of ideas.
yeah, I got some folks to talk to. They just recently just came, so I'll also be right back as well.
Alrighty, I'm gonna
Okay.
be right back. There we go. And there we go. Okay, at least I'm back.
I'm back as well.
Welcome back. I figured I will make a small addition, which is specifying that if it's in the same area as the big folk, they can clearly tell it is not an actual fairy, and if it gets grabbed by someone, it gets destroyed automatically.
Ooh.
Okay, so
Could you make bigger decoys? Is that one of the upgrades?
that's what I'm considering. I could in theory allow for bigger decoys, but I don't know if that's gonna be... Oh, you mean like human-sized decoys?
Human size, but also you could say maybe like something bigger, like a cat-sized decoy
Mm,
or dog-sized decoy.
you know what? That's an interesting idea. I did not even consider before. Yeah, like small animal-sized.
Hmm, that's one thing to consider about.
Let's say that that will cost extra form and extra binds. So you
That's true.
can choose to.
But what do you think of multiple? Oh yeah, you could use. You can create and summons can control multiple decoys.
I will allow just one extra decoy as an upgrade.
Makes sense.
Because that's gonna get overwhelming, and if I allow even more decoys, it's gonna be in a bit of a conflict with Grasper. I really don't want that.
That makes sense. That makes sense. I know some superhero stories they have a character that can
Duplicate?
duplicate themselves, but they don't really explain the limits of that duplication. So potentially they can overrun the entire world.
And I know exactly which anime you are talking about right
Really?
now. My Hero Academia.
I was thinking about that. There's also a character in Invincible, which is basically
Oh,
this.
yeah,
Well,
makes sense.
I
Hmm?
was thinking of Duplicate's brother, because there's a character called Duplicate, and her ability is just to duplicate.
Mm-hmm.
But it's only limited to just 3. But
Mm-hmm.
her brother does does not actually follow this limit.
Mm-hmm.
He does really crazy stuff with his duplications. Like in a prison escape, he duplicates himself so much that they just exploded the entire room so one of them can escape.
Jeez.
Yeah, Invincible is a very brutal show.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, I think you can choose to spend one extra form to make a sturdier decoy.
Multiple.
Ah, see, this is one of the most irritating things about writing rules. When I have just one word taking up an entire row, entire line. Hmm, there we go, much better. Okay. Oh, how about making a decoy that is actually convincing? Like, people will think it's a fairy until they grab it or something.
I see. So a basic decoy is just more robotic like.
Yeah. Well, it's literally just made out of a bunch of junk that you find.
Yeah, makes sense.
So let's say. Actually, is Binds gonna be a good title for this material?
Binds. Let's see. So wait, you saying binds isn't the best to call it that way?
Yeah, I'm wondering if this category should have something should have a better name. Well, English is not my first language, so I'm going
Yeah,
with
yeah,
what I thought at first. But since you are better at English, maybe you would know better. But what could these types of materials be called? The connective type stuff.
I see. You know what? I'm gonna check the thesaurus or
All right.
yeah. See
Yes,
bind.
nice.
So bind. So basically, when you call it bind,
Mm-hmm.
it's something to connect. You say
Mm-hmm.
like a chain. Maybe.
Yeah, sort of. Except chain is really hard, really heavy in this case.
Hmm. I see. Okay then. Hmm. Take wire tie. A bond?
Hmm?
A bond.
Oh, bond. Yeah. Uh, I think that works better.
Ah, okay. A form and a bond. They're both like, they both have O's.
Mm-hmm. That's neat.
Yeah.
Mm. I think this one I will upgrade to 2 instead of 1. Uh, yeah, there's a tiny other change that I introduced, and this is this helpful equipment. Mm. Oh, I think I should maybe make it all make sense. I should switch the weights of the knife and the duct tape. Yeah, okay, this works, I think. So players can purchase and bring with them equipment to the mission. On one hand, it is gonna be extra weight for you to carry, so fewer items that you can collect. On the other hand, it's like an extra ability that you can use. Reading data from rune books while storing and outputting, or sticking stuff together, pulling items of weight 3 or less up to 2 areas away, possibly even less, yeah, but that's the gist of it. Mm, cutting stuff is not big enough to wound the big folk. Actually, maybe that's why it was a weight of 2 instead of 3. Yeah, let's make it 2. Lighter, light flammable items, and smoke bomb blocks the sight. So, yeah, but screw it. Smoke bomb is gonna be also weight of 2. And bookmark, let's make it the weight of 1, because it's paper after all. And okay. The apps don't need to be listed anymore. I will keep the new ones just so I can reference them in case I forget. Do we have any more upgrade ideas here?
That's a good point, really. So, so the one of the upgrades is make an extra decoy, make a bigger one, make a sturdy one, make it more real, more convincing.
Mm-hmm.
Do decoys actually could they actually talk?
Oh,
Like
they
a basic
could.
one,
In theory, they could, yeah.
or is that also count as convincing?
Does that also count as convincing? You mean the sway ability? Or.
Oh no, actually, because you could use a decoy just to make sounds and just distract like people.
Got it.
Like, yeah.
Hmm. Let's put it like this. You can see and hear what your decoy sees and hears, and you can speak through it. There we go. Alright, and this page is full. Looks perfect. Okay. The other app was Body Telekinesis. Do you have any better ideas for what to name it?
Telekinesis. So,
It's like manipulating a character against their will.
like a puppet, like puppetry.
That is actually really fitting. Okay, let's do with that. Yeah.
Or like, blood bending.
Yes. That's gonna be a link, a Lucy, Sway. It's right here. Okay. Okay, hold on. First, I will need to back up stuff because it's been a while. There we go. And second, what should the core functionality here be? I think moving them one or two areas. Okay. I don't know yet what the limitations of this ability should be. If you have ideas, I am more than open to them. Let me just prepare this in the meantime.
You
But
could say
yeah,
you could say maybe like, because when you actually control a person, they're kind of aware. But
yeah.
what if they're not aware? What if they actually think that's what they're meant to do? Or is that too much like mind controlling?
Yeah, that's the thing. I wanted the sway to be the kind of manipulation where they think that's what they wanted to do. This one, I want to be outright against their will.
I see then. That's a difficult one.
Yeah. I know I don't want it to be about manipulating more people, because that would get out of hand really quickly. Just one should be enough.
You could say maybe they actually you can actually speak through them more like proficiently.
That's gonna be an upgrade, and yeah, I could make them speak. Yeah.
Well, like, when they're like making a speech and they're talking, like you use that ability and just make them say like things they don't want to say. Oh no, I did not promise that.
Let's make a limitation of 6 words of your choice, because allowing the player to say just about anything that would get out of hand easily as well. You could just go, oh, the fairies are not here anymore. We should give up and go home. Hey, Mike, how's the football? And so on and so forth, doing for half an hour. That's yeah. Let's limit it to 5 words per action.
Yeah, 5 words per action.
Seeing through their senses feels like it should be a thing, because I've been trying to do that also, distributing the options for remote senses into each of these apps. The problem here is it feels weird to look through the eyes of the person you are puppeting. I'm not sure if it makes sense to me. I don't have a perception skill here either. That's weird. Mhm. Okay, how about this? You can tell what the target person who... No, that's more fitting for the other one. Let's put it there while at it. You can tell what when you use this app and roll plus that. Then you can tell the person's the action. You can you know what actions will the person take on its on their next turn. And maybe the senses could work with the puppet. Let's just go with that for now, it's simple. Oh, another one is gonna be paralysis. So, if you use your last action, last action of your turn, use this app as the last action of your turn, you can choose to paralyze the target. It and I can choose to incapacitate the target. Yeah, like this. But not sure what the limitation here should be. The thing that's gonna improve with the amount of upgrades you own. I'm trying to think of something, but it's difficult. Maybe it's something like strain or something like that, where the more you control someone, the more likely they are to break out.
So the upgrade would be just like you can actually control them in a longer period.
Well, that's what the upgrades overall achieve. With each one, let's say with Lucy, you have the amount of cloaks you can have at the same time increases by 1 for every 2 upgrades you purchase. It's always every 2 upgrades you purchase, and it always increases by 1, whatever the thing that is upgraded is. With Link, it's the maximum distance of one area. With Hex, it is how many devices you are connected to. Another hanging word here and here, dang it. With Grasper, it is how many extra hands you can have. So that's the thing I am trying to think of here for the puppet. Maybe something like suspicion or something, where the other guards noticing these movements will be able to judge, oh yeah, this is actually kind of suspicious. But then again, the player could game this by just using the ability sparingly. It's a difficult one.
Yeah. Target adjacent. I would say control multiple people, but that'd be too much.
Yeah, you know what's gonna happen if you control multiple people.
Like, you can only like control them in a way that, it's just it's like forward thing. Like you can only control, like you can't just like it's all in one. So it's like if you move one person to the left, they all go left.
Yeah, this is what you'll get.
Oh, let me check. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh dear.
You'll
Damn.
just get a group dance number this way. That's all you're gonna get. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's the right thing to go with. Plus, in a stealth game, that would be rather silly to be able to control everyone at the same time. Hmm. Yeah, hard to come up with something here. Just gonna add a note for future. Any more upgrades on this? Moving them more than one area. So okay, this is promising. Anything else? Maybe we could take a break from this specific app and look at the other ones to see if we can come up with more upgrades for them, and then we come back to this with fresher eyes. How about that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Sway has got 6 apps, which is excellent. Mhm.
Yeah, that's right. It's pretty good.
I feel like I cannot really shorten that. Hold on. How long is this compared to this? It's a little shorter. There we go. We are broken up by a lot. Nice. Okay. Yeah, unsatisfying, but it's fine. Okay, whatever. That's 6 upgrades. If we could get 5 or 6, screw it, maybe 6 on each one, that would be ideal. And to get the 6th one on decoy, I would have to shorten some stuff. Hmm. I feel like dog is a bit bigger than a cat by default, so I'm gonna remove a dog just so I have an extra line. Oh, come on, really? It's It's one single word, and it's so short too. Come on. Uh, okay. You can create and manage one additional decoy. Controlling each decoy costs an action. By spending one extra form, you make a sturdier decoy that doesn't get destroyed when grabbed. You can spend one extra. By spending one extra bones, you make more convincing decoy. Hmm. It looks like a fairy until it's either closely examined or grabbed. Hmm. I feel like I cannot shorten that much more. Let's see and hear what your decoy sees and hears, then you can speak through it. Okay. Decoy. When you use this app, choose one form and one bind in your area. Let's say spend one form and one bind in your area to create
Nice.
a fairy size decoy. Okay, and we have space for an extra extra upgrade. Any extra ideas for a decoy? Hmm.
Mm, another like you already have them like you can actually like see through them, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's what I have as the final upgrade for now. Final one listed.
Oh, this one's a hard one to think, really. So.
Honestly, all of them are. That's part of why I brought you here. You signed up for this. Just kidding. You did not sign up for this. We were supposed to play a game, but the third player is not available today. Shout out to Kate. Anyway. Hmm. That's a little more space. Also, why is the table so big? It has padding? I don't need 8 pixels of padding on that. Hold on. Why isn't it working? HTH. Oh, is it because I need to specify that it's on the page? That's looking better. And now why is this not working? HTT. Oh, okay, so I just need to do this and this. Okay, this looks better. More space. Okay, if we cannot come up with an upgrade here, we can move on to another one. Domain. Now this one could use 2 upgrades. I already have an upgrade where you can use you can suppress multiple senses. I also have a way to create a snapshot of an area so that no changes made to it are visible until you use the app again. In other words, have you seen Mission Impossible? that one scene with the wall and the projector?
Oh yeah, I like that part actually, and
Yeah,
and I like the silly part where like his entire face covers the wall.
yes. That's
The
kind of what this is.
oh my.
Think of it like this. You create a 3D model of the area you are located in at the moment, and
Yeah.
you create an illusion that
Mhm.
displays this area like it is at this very moment. What this achieves is that if something enters the area, nobody will notice.
Ooh.
And remember, domain is something that you can stretch in any direction of your choice, width, height, or length. So you could easily target the corridor with this and fly through it unseen. The catch is the enemies will be also unseen. So if enemies go through that corridor, you will not notice them.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Hmm. Let's see. Let's see. Domain. You're right. I think you're kind of muted.
Oh,
Or the. Oh
hello.
no. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah. I can hear you now.
All
Let's see.
right. I was quiet for a while.
Time moves have the speed it is. Hmm. Yeah, domain is yeah, that's interesting. I can imagine. Let's see. So how powerful is domain? Oh wait. Oh wait. Hmm.
Okay, that's the finished upgrade. Um, uh, the one beneath the snapshot says that you get to decide which way the people in that area fall. Or, if they don't fall, you can turn off the gravity.
Oh, oh my. Oh wow.
And final upgrade is that time moves at half of its speed for anyone in this area. Hmm, I think I should specify which means they can only take one action per turn. Pretty strong effect. But it influences both friends and enemies equally. Hmm. Hmm.
Hmm.
Okay, here's an idea. You can choose one effect of this app when you use it, or while it's active. Players, not players, your allies are not affected by that effect, by the chose effect. In other words, if you turn off the gravity, you can just, go on uninfluenced by it. If you um, make the area completely dark, your allies will still be able to see in it, and so on.
Hmm. That's right.
But just one effect. So if you stack them, like half speed, darkness, and so on and so forth, it's your allies will be affected by something.
Mm. I see.
Okay. One more effect would be ideal, but what effect?
That's a good question, my friend.
Something with senses. I think.
Hearing, smelling, not smelling. Seeing.
I'm thinking maybe I should allow the person using this app to sense this area remotely, but maybe just one area. So, let's see. You can perceive the contents of one area of your choice within the domain. Okay, you can perceive the contents of one area within the domain. You can switch the area you're perceiving whenever you use this app as an action. Yeah, I think that works. And that's 6 upgrades. Alright. Making progress.
Yeah.
Then there is the enhance. So let's see what upgrades and stuff is here. You choose one sense. Until the end of this turn, you, as well as anything you hold or wear, can't be perceived using this sense. Whenever you move, you can move one additional area further in the same direction. So this is like a speed up upgrade. Oh, I just realized that combining this with linking and with this upgrade, which allows you to share the benefits of this app with allies in your area, that's gonna make you super fast.
Whoa. Mega fast.
Yeah. I upgraded the number of actions you have in this game to 3. So, assuming you are moving uh, in a straight line, basically, although some turns are allowed, but let's not go into that detail for now. If you are moving in a straight line, normally you would be able to move 3 areas. With this upgrade that I highlighted, that's 6 areas. If you have a friend who is linked to you, that's gonna be 9 areas. And if you also have this upgrade, that's gonna be 12 areas in a single round. Because on your action, on your turn, it's gonna be 6 areas. On their action, on their turn, it's gonna be 6 areas also. Wicked. Oh, and then there's this. Until you use any app again, you may act up to 4 times on each of your turns instead of 3, which speeds you up slightly. So that's gonna be 8, 16. 16 areas. I don't even know if we ever had a map that was 16 areas long.
Sounds pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I am really happy with how it turned out. And I'm really happy with how my drink turned out. I'm not sure if I told you much about the March Hotel server. I'm gonna get on a tangent again, but you know.
The more, it's the first time I actually heard about it, to be honest.
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna show you the video, which is a sort of an ad for it. Gonna pause the music for it also. Okay, where will I find the video? Here it is. Okay, you might want to tune in on the screen share.
Hi, I'm Naka, and this is March Hotel, an art event designed to motivate you to make art every day, to meet other artists, no matter where you are coming from or where you are at your art journey. Upon joining the server, the Golden Goblin greets you with a tutorial. Finishing that, you become a guest of the hotel. And as a new guest, I highly suggest starting your journey at the reception with the tour guide. You are a guest, enjoying full access to the hotel as long you keep up with the rent. It's 20 coins a day. How you get coins, you ask? Draw something today that takes more than 10 minutes, then
Oh, I
post
can
it
see
in
it.
the daily post. This is the main part of the event. Feel free to join and hang out with people in the voice channels and post your daily art here every day.
Hold on, were you saying something?
Yeah, you're in a Discord now. You're sharing a Discord.
That's not Discord. This is YouTube, I think.
Oh, 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 oh. Okay, I was confused. I'll just look away from a second. And
By
that
doing
happened.
so, you get
Yeah.
this reaction for the Golden Goblin, which means you got 20 coins for your effort. And as you see, the daily rent is the same. Rent is collected automatically every single day at this time, which changed based on where you live. Make sure you check it yourself, cause you are probably in a different time zone than me. Even though this is the main pillar of the event, we have many more optional activities if you want more. Introduce yourself by jumping in the guest book and saying hello. You can join quest by going to the quest board, picking one or more quests for extra coins. You can filter by clicking the active quest tag, looking around for quests you want to participate, then click to the go to quest button. By doing so, you will see the details of the quest, and once you completed your art for it, posting it here grants you the reward for the quest. You can go to the market and buy commissions from the other artists, or open your own store for 100 coins by using the /store open command. Check events and join lectures at the auditorium. Or you can make your own presentation or lecture by requesting it at the auditorium request. If all of this is too much and you just want to chill a bit, go to the lake for a bit of fishing. I know it's a lot, but keep in mind, if you post any art that you did today in the daily post, you are safe. If you ever feel lost, we have descriptions for roles here and the entire layout of the hotel if you are in question about channels. And last but not least, the rent collection. As I mentioned, every day there will be a rent collection, and during that time I hop on Twitch and go through all the daily posts answering your question and rewarding some outstanding pieces. Okay, so when does the event start? Now. Click the link down below in the description and see you there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I joined it on the first day. It is a bit overwhelming when you join the server because there is just so much stuff in there.
Yeah, that's true.
Uh,
I don't
the
blame you.
the reception area is, hold on, how many channels is that? 10 channels. That's just for the announcements and stuff like that. Well, and guest book where you get to introduce yourself. Then
Mm,
there is a March Hotel section which has daily posts, main lobby, market, and advertisements. And that's basically where you post. And the daily post is where you post your daily art, which, you know me, I don't have an issue drawing every day.
yeah.
Mm, the main lobby is basically for just talking. I don't know why there are so many, because there's also a lake and a fountain. I will get to those in a bit. Market and advertisements are pretty interesting choices because that's where you can commission stuff from other people for coins.
Mm, coins.
Yeah, like the video said, you get 20 coins if you draw your daily drawing. You can earn more coins by doing extra quests, and you can also, in theory, earn coins by opening a market stall in which you sell stuff to other people for their coins.
Ooh.
That's how I was able to get that drawing of a drink I've shown you.
Ah, I see. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it costed me 6 coins, which is not that much. It is made by a user called Myth. Let me check the full name. Dying Andy, I think. Yeah, Dying Andy with a double D and a Y at the end. So this is coconut milk pandan, drink that is deeply rooted from Southeast Asia, and yeah, that's I got that for 6 coins, which is
Nice.
roughly what I earned from a random side quest. The quests there, by the way, are pretty fun. I'm just gonna show you some of
Oh,
my drawings, not all of them. Um, Hold on, why is this search not working? Author weird. Why isn't it working? Okay, that is bizarre. It's the first time I've noticed Discord search not working as it should. I want,
that's
yeah, because usually you can search by who made the post, right?
yeah.
Well, in this case, I cannot.
Mm, that's mighty sus, if you ask me.
Yeah, hold on. Let me check on another server. My own server. Yeah, it's not the case here either. Oh, I think I know why. Yeah, okay, it's because I am in streamer mode.
I see. That makes a lot more sense.
Okay, so here we go. Let's see. Yeah, in this case, we are supposed to redraw a box. Not like redraw, but get some inspiration from the boxes they posted and try to come up with our own design. This one, I did not look in at this one much, so skip. This one, I've considered it, but it felt kind of boring-ish. I looked at this one. I thought of making it really long, but at the end of the day, nah, no. I went with this box, but I noticed these clasps at the top, and I was like, what if there were clasps on all sides, and you could just build your own box?
Yeah.
It's a silly idea. There was another event where the hotel had troubles with moles. Honestly, this drawing did not work that well. Uh, I should mention, I am drawing these on paper and then inverting the colors of the photograph.
Mm.
So sometimes I can forget that the lines, like shading down here or the outlines in general, are gonna be white, and that's why it looks the way it looks. But other times it works really well. Like here, this is Adam Scott
Oh,
from Severance.
oh, I love that show.
Yeah. And not only that, a guy from another server recognized this as Adam Scott, but marked it with a GIF from a different show.
Ooh,
Because he was also in Park and Recreation. Adam Scott.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So recognizing him from there, it felt so like, damn, did I really do that? Wasn't that good of a job?
Yeah, I guess that's why the writers actually want him there.
Yeah, yeah. I watched a video on that yesterday actually, where they talked about how the actors for the Severance show had a difficult, not difficult, but it was a weird role for them because they were playing so many types of characters at the same time, or is
Yeah.
within one show. Uh, Adam Scott as Mark Scout had a somewhat easy job with this because he had just two personalities. He was Innie Mark and Outie Mark, right?
Yeah.
And with Outie Mark, it was, well, think of it this way. Imagine you would not remember anything at your workplace. So you enter through the doorway into your workplace, and immediately then you exit your workplace and you go rest and sleep and drink beer and hang out with friends. That feels like such a weird empty life. I think that's something along the lines of what was said in that video.
Yeah.
Oh, and fun fact from that video. Well, not that fun, but it is a fact. Uh, um, Adam Scott experienced a loss a
Mm.
couple months before recording that show, the first season of the show. His mother died.
Oh.
So when they were recording the very first episode, that part where he was crying in the car to himself before going to the work, that
Oh.
was in show it was Mark as remembering that he still misses his wife, but the acting guidelines they gave him were just let your emotions loose. So it was him genuinely grieving the loss of his wife.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's yeah.
it's brutal.
Oh
Okay,
yeah.
what I wanted to say, Mark S has only two versions. His role is somewhat simple, but then there's Helen.
Yeah.
I don't
Well, we,
remember
we,
all
we
of them.
can't we can't we can't spoil it from to the stream, of course.
Of course, I will try to walk around the edge of spoilers. I will say this, there are at least four versions of Helen, and one of them shows when she is completely alone. There are some scenes like that in the show, and I will not say at what point or whether it's innie or outie. It's just something that happens.
Mm.
So that actress has, I forget the name right now, but she has a much more difficult job with acting as that character. And
Yeah. Makes
yeah,
sense.
if you know how the second season ends, so there is one character who has even more roles to play. And yeah, this show can get really wild with how it's structured and so on.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So this was for a challenge which was to redraw an album cover. This was for Enjoy the Silence by Depeche Mode. Mm, Other than the color not being outright blue or purple, I think I did a pretty good job. I did not measure out the words perfectly, which seems to be a consistent mistake with me, but why is it not working? Okay, whatever. You see it. Depeche Mode, Enjoy the Silence.
Oh yeah.
And this is how my drone one looks. Some stuff looks different, but overall it works. Oh, And have I shown you the one with the weird shape?
Oh. What the hell is that?
Yeah.
What the hell is that?
So in this challenge, our task was to draw something within this shape or with this shape. Of course, since I draw physically, I could not get this exact shape, but I tried to imitate it my best. What do you think I drew?
Oh my god, this um man, it feels like maybe a character from a cartoon show that I've seen like many decades ago.
There were
Like
plenty
like like
Pokemon-like
that's
stuff.
like
Mm-hmm.
like that's a hat. That has to be a hat, but
Mm-hmm.
that could also be a leaf. Is that tail? Oh my goodness.
I will show you some other interpretations from other people. This is from someone called Bunny.
Oh.
This one is from B.
Oh, that's spooky.
Mm. By the way, there were multiple shapes to choose from. This one is from
Oh,
Pineapple
that's like
KP,
Lovecraftian.
and this one is from Pencil. Oh, this one is funny. Depressed Chicken from Rouge.
Let's see.
And this one is also kind of funny. This one is pretty much what you would expect from this. Like a little slime thingy. Oh, and this one also works. Cat with a hat. This one is a goofy Pokemon. Actually, that's just someone in a suit, I
Oh.
think. Oh yeah, and we were allowed to also rotate them as we wished. Okay, so all of this being given, here is what I drew. It is Dr. Caligari from an expressionist German movie that is 106 years old. For context, Dr. Caligari. Uh, Here's the poster for the movie, and here is the titular character on the left as Dr. Caligari. I think, yeah, I think that works. Hello?
I'm still here. Yeah, that looks pretty good. But what is the actual like drawing?
Oh, you mean what it actually looks like when it's
Yeah,
not flipped?
yeah. Oh, flipped. Oh, it was flipped this whole time.
This is what it looks like uninverted.
Ah, I see.
Hmm? Honestly, it's not that
I
difficult
see.
to invert it. The difficult part is drawing while knowing that it's gonna be inverted. You have to plan so far ahead. For example, uh, here is another character. The first day drawing that I made. It's just a like rockstar type elf lady, and it works. I had to. This was the first drawing I've made on paper publicly since October, end of October, start of November. If I were to uninvert the colors, it looks something like this, which is, it's decent.
Yeah.
A bit more complex character that I made was a custom hotel guest that I made, which was this. Now this required a lot more planning. Unlike what it seems, I kept the outfit simple just for the sake of my own sanity, and in reality, it looks something like this.
Oh my.
You would not expect a green color, and you would certainly not expect a black skin, outright ink black. This is what it's supposed to look like. I think I did a pretty good job with it. Similar
Oh
thing
yeah.
was done with that Mark Scout drawing. Like, it's really difficult to get black color and leaving out tiny white lines. On the eye, it shows a little. Here on the nose, there was a bit that I colored in by accident. On the mouth, the side wrinkles, and so on. It's just difficult. And when I show you the dynamite in its original coloring, it all makes sense. Like I thought, oh yeah, this is gonna be black, a black writing. Here's a bit of black shading over here, and here is gonna be the chord and so on. That's why it looks so crap, because I forgot, oh, I need to make the writing in white.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, and the box. This is what it looks like originally. The bright yellow box looks like this.
Ooh.
Pretty wild.
Oh yeah.
Any other drawings I did not? Oh yeah, this one I didn't show yet. It's just a big old CRT TV with some abstract shapes in the background. Honestly, I was hoping they would be brighter, but all things considered, not too bad, not too shabby.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so that's that for now. That's a huge old tangent. I will have to turn on my stream mode again. There we go. And open the stream view just in case. Okay, now then, let's get back to business. How do we
Let's
make
get back
another?
to business.
Let's get down to business. Disney, please don't sue me.
Oh no.
um.
At least I'm not Nintendo.
Oh no.
They'll sue grass.
Please, Nintendo. I did not mean to play the what was it called? Song of Time. This was an accident.
Oh my.
Hmm. Okay. Now then, what can the enhance do? It can allow you to move extra stuff. It allows you to roll either one die less or one die more whenever you make a roll, which means either you are stronger or more dexterous when you roll stuff. You remember how rolling worked in this game, right? At least roughly.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
3d6. If you are trying to be strong, you roll less than your stat, your height. If you are trying to be agile, you roll higher than your stat.
Mm. Gotcha.
So if you roll 2d6 instead of 3d6, you are gonna be stronger. And if you roll 4d6, you are gonna be more agile. It's not a guarantee either way, but it is what it is. It's neat enough. This one allows you to disguise yourself as another person. This one allows you to share the benefits of this app with allies in your area. And this one allows you to act up to 4 times on each of your turns instead of 3 times. How do we make another upgrade? Perception. We don't have anything that would do extra perception here.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Hmm.
Perception.
Okay. But how would we do perception here? Because this is just about targeting yourself. Hmm. Part of me wants to say that it could be something like perceiving the contents of all the areas you have passed on your last turn. The problem with that is that that would require the GM to remember which areas you passed on your last turn. And that could be a problem.
Ooh.
Mm, okay, I have an idea.
A good idea. Yes.
Whenever you use this app, you become aware of the locations of all persons up to 2 areas away from you. In other words, even through the wall, you could tell, oh yeah, in the next person there's gonna be someone.
Mm.
And since this is only used whenever you use this app, that means whenever you use this app, you would ask the GM, okay, do I sense any enemies up to 2 areas away from me? It's like a diamond shape because you could also move. You could move twice in a single direction, or you can move once and then to either side, you know? So it forms this diamond shape. Yeah, I think that works. Yeah, let's go with that for now. Okay, with Grasper, I think I think it's time to let this go. It is a really complicated upgrade. What I deleted just now is basically an ability to paralyze a person with some chance of success or not. Higher chance of success for a fairy, lower chance for a human-sized person.
Mm.
The reason why I'm removing it is because we already have body telekinesis covered by another app, which allows you to incapacitate an enemy much more easily. Plus, it is really long in this case. Just super long upgrade. Not sure if it's worth all that space.
Yeah. Hmm. Gasper. Let's see. Invisible hand. It's. By the way, can other people can interact with this hand?
Not yet. It is technically invisible also.
Not like invisible, but also tangible. Like whenever like the user wanted.
It is not tangible right now.
Okay, okay then. Because I remember a character it in Chainsaw Man
Mhm.
who who made a deal with the ghost devil who has the power of invisible hand. And the thing is that she can actually grab others like with her invisible hand, but nobody can actually grab her hand.
Mm.
So they can't really like fight back or anything.
Mhm.
But but yeah, let's see. Is it just one hand? It can be multiple hands, and sometimes two hands are pretty useful, like holding some, something that's pretty heavy,
Mm-hmm.
or maybe just
Oh,
one strong hand.
heavy, heavy. That reminds me, I should probably put a weight limit on this. You create a grasper, invisible human hand in your area. You can use the grasper to telekinetically move or manipulate select unshaped items. Uh, mm, you know what? Let's make it a weight of 5. Just so there is some limitation at some point at which you need to use 2 hands. Yeah, okay. And now, as an upgrade, I can say, hmm, there we go. Increased carrying capacity. Done. Mhm. Okay, that's fixed. Yeah, thing is, Grasper is not a physical hand. It is literally an illusion of force.
I see. Makes sense.
So it would be hard to fight against it, but in this iteration, it cannot be used on big folk. Like, okay, no, you could in theory use it on a big folk. You could slap a human with the grasper. If it's a single hand, it's not gonna be that strong. Oh wait. Okay, okay, hold on. I am cooking. This might cost me an upgrade, but what if there was still just one grasper, but its carrying capacity increases with the amount of upgrades you have? Yeah, I think that works. That is a better limitation. Because it already felt too similar to Lucy with, oh, you can have more illusions. In this case, it was, oh, you can have more hands. And it felt kind of weird. So let's put it here. The grasper can
I'll,
carry an item with a weight greater than 5. Yeah,
I'll be right back, friend. I'm just gonna do something quick.
perfectly fine. it's gonna cost me this upgrade, but in the long run, it's gonna be good. And I think I will take a break as well. So I will be right back. I am back. Alright. Browser. Let's have a looky. I've been thinking about what more upgrades to give to the Grasper, and it is surprising how few things I am coming up with, how much of a blank I have in my mind, despite the fact that it feels really versatile. I should be able to come up with more, it's just difficult. And I can't tell why. It feels like such a straightforward ability. Manipulating items or carrying items. Technically, it could also be used to push things around, but I don't know how useful that would be. I don't want it to be something that pushes Big Bolt, because that would again overlap with the other telekinesis ability, and then it would feel like it's unnecessary to have them split up like that. Hmm. Yeah, right now I'm drawing a blank. As for this one, it feels really similar once again.
Uh,
Hello.
I'm back. I'm back.
Hello,
How are you?
welcome back. I am
Hey.
just lamenting my own uncreativity. Okay, I see some ways to shorten this. Okay, this is better. I can do one device at a time. This amount increases by one. Mm. Yeah, okay. Not sure. I was just lamenting because this is surprisingly difficult to come up with upgrades for, despite the fact that it's such a broad category of abilities. Telekinesis.
Nice. Let's see. Yeah, that. Hmm, let's see. So, what's your upgrades for them at the moment?
At the moment, if a Grasper assists a fairy, they can roll one die less. In other words, strength boost. The other one is an upgrade that allows you to see and hear through the Grasper. And while it's empty, so withholding nothing, you can move it to an adjacent area once per turn without spending an action. And final one is that you can move it to an adjacent area and pick up an object as part of the same action. Maybe I should
Hmm,
say pick up or manipulate an object. It's not much of an upgrade, but it's going to be more useful.
what if?
Hmm?
It's just kind of silly. Maybe a mini bag of holding, but
Mm, extra dimensional space?
yeah, just like a small, not too big, but you know.
Ah, yeah, I don't know. That's not gonna work within the magic system.
Yeah.
It is a
That,
fine line to think along, but hmm, maybe, maybe that could be useful. So maybe instead of it being a bag of holding, it could be more useful as a bag. So let me just pour my drink and write it down. Because here's an idea. The grasper can carry multiple items as long as their total weight does not surpass its limit. Because the grasper can carry an item with a weight greater than 5. In other words, it can carry only one item by default. Solid unrestrained item. A solid unrestrained item meant for big folk such as door handles. Then use the app, your Gasper can move one area and perform one action. Okay. Hmm. Screw it. Two Graspers. Let's give an upgrade where you can have an extra Grasper, but their weight limit, their carrying capacity, is shared among them, a total. So let's do that. Actually, no. No, no, let's not. That's gonna get messy. Hmm.
hmm, that can be difficult. Thinking of upgrades. Because we already picked weight and all that stuff.
I have an idea. I have an idea. Okay, hear me out. If you forgo the movement and action, you can make the grasper move in a single direction until it hits a wall. Any distance. The reason why it's going to be useful is because eventually Grasper will have enough carrying capacity to carry a player character, or at least most of them. So let's just do that for now. It's silly, but it works. Um, mm,
Yeah, we can go for that, or at least like a placement idea.
you can forego all of its actions and movements to make a grasper move in one direction of your choice until it can't move further because of an obstacle. It's not gonna damage anything, but it's gonna be like those ice sliding puzzles. I don't remember their name right now. Where
Ice
you,
slide puzzles.
yeah, yeah,
Oh, like you never actually like stop moving. Like it's like
yes, correct.
like I feel like that's like something like frictionless or something like that.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't remember what it's called. The ice block sliding puzzle. Let's
Mm.
see.
But I
Not
remember
ice.
that in video games. Yeah.
Yeah, you know the principle. It's sort of like it's on a grid, and
Mm.
you get to decide which way it's sliding. Sliding ice puzzle. I guess that could be it. Something like this, where you move and hit the rock, and hit the rock, and hit the rock, and then whoop, you get the treasure chest. Hooray! That sort of thing.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you actually saw see my cursor on the stream or not, but
Oh yeah. I see
that's
you, cursor.
that's the sort of thing that this would evoke. A sort of mindset where you stop thinking about the areas and stuff like squares that you pass through, like a chessboard or something, and you start thinking like a rook, all the way there, all the way here, or actually not. Yeah, okay, like a rook, because a queen would require diagonal movements, and I don't have those in this game right now. Maybe, but yeah, they are not that frequent. Okay, one more upgrade. One more. Actually, let's check how much do player characters weigh in this game. Your height is 6 to 16 centimeters. Your weight is equal to double your height. So, 6 times 2 is 12, and this is 32. 12 to 32 is the total weight. And that makes me think that in order to be able to carry every player character, you should be able to have more upgrades than these. 32. It's gonna be 5. Yeah, 5 times 2. 10 upgrades. I would need to have 10 upgrades on Grasper in order to be able to carry any player character, which is a lot. Hmm. Okay. I think I will just be fine with 6 being the limit, and hopefully the GM figures out that, oh yeah, if two players use graspers at the same time, they could carry even heavier stuff. Or even if a fairy helps out.
Oh, nice.
Hmm. If a grasper assists a fairy, they can roll 1 die less. And some rare carrying capacities and carry weights. Okay, that's just something that feels sensible. Okay, we need just a couple more, and I just realized that it's been a long while since I paused the music. Let's see. I kind of want some heist music, but I don't know which one is or isn't royalty free. Let's just go with this for now.
Ooh, the music.
That's right.
Oh my.
Listen here, Bob. This right here mission is gonna earn you a lot, alright. But you need to put together a team of specialists. You need to have someone with a grasper. You need someone who knows how people work. And most of all, you need someone who can cover up your tracks.
Yes.
uh,
Nice.
okay, 6, 6. This one has 5. Hold on. Did I remove that? I did not remove this node. So let me do that. Okay. Maybe with the grasper we've reached our limit. That was not even an intended pun. It would be a stretch. So let's move on to Hex. Now Hex is really interesting because it allows you to hack devices. The upgrades for Hex are, when you use this app, roll 1d6, you can target a number of Runehack devices up to the amount rolled. In other words, multi-hacking. The second upgrade is, you can target a rune bot with this app, which is pretty cool. The third one is, when you hack specs, you can see and hear anything they do. Specs being like cameras and stuff. The fourth is, you can pick a condition for a Runehack device you hack and the reaction it performs when the condition is fulfilled. In other words, hey, it's that one thing from Watch Dogs 2 that I liked to do a lot.
Turn off the lights. Command robots. Let's see.
And final one, when you hack a doorway, you can decide freely who is and isn't allowed to pass through. All that is cool. I think this depends largely on what devices are there. And I have a list. Honestly, I don't even know if this list is complete or not. But for now, it is something. Light, box, doorway, room book, wall. I will need to rework this list eventually, because some of these feel too strange.
Strange.
Okay, anything from tabletop audio that I could play? Oh, I like this track.
Funky music.
There we go. Okay. I don't know if you can actually hear the music or not.
Yeah, I can hear the music.
Through the stream or through the Discord call?
through the Discord call.
Oh, cool.
Actually,
Hmm?
you know what? Let me hear it through the Steam. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, through the yeah, the stream. Hold on.
Take your time.
Let's see. Yeah, I can hear it.
All right.
Nice.
I have an idea. Now, where is Hex again? Here it is. How will I word this? When you hack a screen, you can display on it anything that you can describe. In other words, you know, rewriting text to be something funny, or showing a photo that is hilarious, or a meme, anything. Hold on, can I hear you?
Yeah, you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. Okay. Oh no, what did you send me? Favorite game lines.
Well done, Harry. You're the best disco Elysium in the precinct.
Hold on, which person is saying that? Is it the Vic Mayor saying that? Well done, Harry. You're the best Disco Elysium in the precinct. And then Kim says, he didn't say that.
then the next one.
He did in fact say that. Disco Elysium. Well, what's the name? Disco Elysium. No trusting the Furious Russell West.
Yes.
What a fact check. Incredible.
Yeah.
Fantastic. 10 out of 10. Greatest performance.
Taxes are racist.
Oh no.
Yeah. Oh no. Bingo.
Okay, the music is a little loud for me. Let me check on stream actually. Try to say something.
Something.
Yeah, your audio is very comparable to what the music sounds like, so I'm gonna
No, hold on.
tune it down.
My mic voice. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you well.
Okay. Now
I could hear
it's-
you. I could hear you perfectly fine even then. It's more of a concern that when you spoke and didn't speak, the desktop audio stayed pretty much the same because of the music.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, that told me that it's basically the same volume as your voice, more or less.
Okay. Hopefully we can clear up this confusion.
No worries. Okay, we have a couple more to do. Lucy. Okay, you know what, let's deal with Lucy now. You create an unmoving image of an item you describe. You can use an action to reposition the image to a target place up to one area away. Each illusion is marked with a die that represents a clock. It can start with any number of ticks that you choose from 1 to 6 ticks. At the start of every round, each clock is reduced by 1 tick. When a clock reaches 0 ticks, its illusion vanishes. The amount of clocks you can have at the same time increases by 1 for every 2 upgrades you purchase. Upgrade 1, you can see and hear the contents of adjacent areas and their nooks. I mean, it works, but it feels weird because that's already something that feels like something players should be able to do.
Oh, what they should they able to do?
Yeah, because players should be able to already see what's in adjacent areas unless they are blocked, like by an opaque door or something.
So yeah, it had to be very conditional, like
Mm-hmm.
for to justify an upgrade like that.
Yeah. I will have to rethink that one. Let's check the rest. The illusion you create using this ability can be animated. Let's instead say can move. Because here we say that it's unmoving image, so now we say that it can move. It's an animated person, maybe. No, animated object for now. Illusion can be accompanied by an appropriate sound of your choosing. Okay. The illusion is formed of hard light. It can be held and manipulated as if it was real. However, if someone attempts to use it, the app ends. Let's say the illusion ends. You can pick a condition for the illusion you create and the reaction that manifests when the condition is fulfilled. Oh yeah, that doesn't make sense without the upgrade for moving illusions. Or does it? Okay, I think that works. You can pick a condition for the illusion you create and how the illusion changes when the condition is fulfilled. Let's just add as an action define a condition for the illusion you create for your illusion and how the illusion changes when the condition is fulfilled. As an action, you can define a condition for your illusion. Okay, much better. As an action, you can define a condition and how one illusion you pick changes when the condition is fulfilled. You can apply this to an already existing illusion. Boom. One more. I need one more. What would be a fun thing to do with illusions? Maybe I need inspiration from Dungeons and Dragons.
Dungeons and Dragons, yeah. Always helps as an inspiration. Lots of things are an inspiration from Dungeons and Dragons. Despite fantasy novels are an inspiration for Dungeons and Dragons. Let's see.
Okay, illusion spells. Silence, Sanctum, Blur. Calling card. What the hell is this? It's a cantrip? Grim Hollow cantrip. Hold on. You touch a corpse and leave a magical mark. You can choose to make it a visible mark that appears as a rune or word written on the flesh, or you can choose to make the mark invisible. A creature that takes the static action to specifically examine a corpse automatically detects it, whether it's visible or invisible. Okay. I mean, it's interesting to have it as an option of a cantrip. It's weird that it can only be used on a corpse, but alright, I guess. Cloak of Shadow, advantage on stealth checks. Color spray, blinding, creation. This is outright about creating matter, so no. Lights. Lights. Making illusion glow? Maybe. Lights. Light an area, its contents can be targets. Yeah, maybe light. The illusion you create illuminates its area. Boom. That's an upgrade number 6, so for now, we can move on to other stuff. Like Puppet again. Maybe not. Maybe yes. It's one of the last ones that need upgrades. Puppet, Link, Grasper, and Decoy. Okay, let's have a look at Link. Legend of Zelda. It's Link, hero of time. No, Nintendo, please don't.
No, every link is copyright. Every word for link is copyrighted. You can't use link for anything.
That's why the internet has to resort to using hyperlinks.
No, because it has links inside the word hyperlinks.
No, because without saying hyper, it would be a copyright issue.
Oh no.
Okay. While linked to your target, you can take an action to allow your target to use an app of their choice once on their next turn without using an action. That is a very complicated way of saying you can transfer actions to someone else, but only for apps. As an action, you can grant your linked ally an extra action, which can only be used for an app. It's good enough, alright. You and your target share sight, share hearing. Do I want these to be separate? I feel like separating them is a bit of a stretch, since elsewhere these extrasensory things are just shared. You and your target share senses. Boom. When someone tries to grab you or your linked ally, you can choose to end this app and emit an electric zap that causes the grabber to release anything held. This one is fine. But I can shorten it a tiny bit. Okay. Anything else? Links. Something that would upgrade both you and your ally. You and hold on, not your target, your ally share senses. You and your link ally can take your turns at the same time. In other words, your actions can be mixed and matched as you wish, without enemies acting in between you. Okay, another idea. I'm thinking about linking not just to another person, but linking to all your allies in the same area, but for a very short time. Let's see if that's gonna be actually useful. You can grant your linked ally. Someone tries to grab your linked ally. You and your You can use an action to link to any number of target allies. In this case, all links will end at the start of any ally's turn. All your links will end at the start of any ally's turn. Why is this useful? You might ask. Ask me. Go ahead.
Ahead. Okay. Let's see. I'm just still reading it.
Mm-hmm.
Can you link multiple multiple targets?
Well, yeah, this is exactly what allows you to target multiple people with the linking app. But why is it useful?
What if you link with your enemies?
I don't want that.
Okay,
but I mean, it's not that bad of an idea at a glance. I don't know for sure yet.
What if you link with animals and the animals help you?
Well, thing is, I don't have that many animals in Runehack because it's a world where people are afraid of nature. They avoid nature as much as they can. Linking to an enemy could be interesting, but I feel like it could be also misused. Because if you link to the enemy and have the first upgrade, they will be able to see and hear what you see and hear, suddenly, out of nowhere. And, just imagine you are patrolling, I don't know, museum, and suddenly you see yourself from third person, from a very low angle, while you hear some, like, fairy wings beating at the back somewhere behind. You turn around and you see this fairy looking at you. And you will go, "Oi, you're not supposed to be here." So that would be disadvantageous. That's for sharing the sense. Oh, that's second, not first. The first ability is granting extra actions. That could be somewhat useful for the big person, but that's no, that just feels weird. If they were to be grabbed, zapping the enemy. Yeah, linking to your enemies feels very situational here.
Yeah,
Hmm.
but also,
Hmm?
also animals linking to animals is pretty situational as well. Yeah,
Yeah.
can be.
Hmm. Oh, this is complicated. Okay, what kind of buffs can I come up with? By browsing D&D, of course. Mm-hmm. Empire Shell, Aura of Purity, Blade Ward, Ceremony, Circle of Power, Crooked Ward, Death Ward. What the hell is Elminster's Illusion? That's from some new Forgotten Realms book.
No, that's
Advantage on saving throws against spells and magic effects. Okay. What were you saying?
no. I'm just saying, what about that book?
Well, it's a book that came out recently. Forgotten Realms, Heroes of Faerun. I don't know how to feel about it. Oh. Freedom of movement. Target's movement speed is unaffected by difficult terrain. Spells and other magical effects can neither reduce the target's speed nor cause the target to have paralyzed or restrained conditions. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, I did come up with an upgrade, but I don't know if it's worth... Actually, no, it's not worth it at all, screw it. Because I was thinking maybe you and the linked ally could talk to each other telepathically. Just whisper, one person whispers, the other one hears the voice. But then I remembered, oh yeah, all the players in this game are equipped with communicators, allowing them to communicate with each other telepathically at all times. So yeah, that's a no. That's a no-go. Well, vulnerability, garden wards. Hello. Okay, this one has plenty of effects. Let's see. Frightened and Charmed. Courage, Darkness, Daylight. Peaceful Rest. Hold on, do I have 6 abilities for Domain as well? I do, yeah. Fear, Resistance, Silence, Tongues, Vulnerability, okay. Invigorate. Oh, 10 temporary hit points. That feels a little underwhelming, but I guess it works. Invulnerability, Last Rites. What the hell is Last Rites? Just some very specific damage dealing thing, okay. Magic Mirror, Mask Your Wounds. Mind Blank. Mirror spell. It's not useful for me right now, but hey, it's neat that that's a thing that exists. Mirrored Agony, Mordenkainen's Private Sanctum. Neutralize area. The target can be perceived by Fey Fiends, Celestials, and Undead. Non-detection, pass without trace. What the hell is perfection? Huh, okay.
Perfection. It's like the result of perfection itself. I mean, the result of being perfect.
Yes. Primordial Ward. You have resistance to acid, cold, fire, lightning, and thunder damage for the spell's duration. When you take damage to one of those types, you can use your reaction to gain immunity to that type of damage. Yeah, not that useful for me right now. Protection from poison. Purge contamination. Dungeons of Drakenheim. Monsters of Drakenheim. Sebastian Crow's Guide to Drakenheim. 3 reprints of a single spell. Okay. Remove curse, resistance, Sacrament of the Falling Fire, Sanctuary Sanctum of the Shepherd. Oh, maybe the protective magic is not what's gonna help me here. Okay, let's have a look at enchantment. No. Illusion, necromancy, transmutation. Okay, how about that? Alter self, animal shapes, animate objects, arboreal curse, Ashardalon's stride, awaken, bark skin, blink. Catapult. Yeah, that's pretty much what I already have with Grasper. Contained and contaminated power. Child of light and darkness. That's a spell so edgy sounding that I have to go through it. Let's see. Level 8 transmutation. Roll a d20 at the end of each of your turns for the duration of the spell. On a roll of 1 to 10, you take the form of a humanoid made of pure searing light. On a roll of 11 to 20, you take the form of a humanoid made of bone-chilling darkness. In both forms, you have immunity to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage from non-magical attacks, and a creature that attacks you has disadvantage on the attack roll. You gain additional benefits while in either form. Light form. You shed bright light in a 60-foot radius, dim light for additional 60 feet. You are immune to fire damage and you have resistance to radiant damage. Once per turn, as a bonus action, you can teleport to a space you can see within the light you shed. In darkness form. You are immune to cold damage and you have resistance to necrotic damage. Once per turn, as a bonus action, you can target up to 3 large or smaller creatures within 30 feet of you. Each target must succeed on a strength saving throw or be pulled or pushed to your choice up to 20 feet straight forward or away from you. Darkness. Okay. Yes, darkness.
Oh my.
Create molecules, create Magen, create or destroy water, create spell-jamming helm. Creeping touch. That's a weird spell. What the hell? Doom of Stacked Stones. It's a 6th level transmutation spell. Number of turns affected. Huh. Okay, so I guess it's just gonna make you petrified eventually. Doom of Summer Years. You rapidly reduce the age of your target. Oh boy. Douse light? With a simple gesture, you can put out a single small source of light within range. This spell extinguishes a torch, a candle, a lantern, or a light, or dancing light cantrip. Enhance ability. When large reduce, erupting earth, expeditious retreat, extract iron, eye burn. The hell? Eye burn? Eye burn? You sting the eyes of a creature attacking you! The target must make a constitution saving throw. A creature with blind sight or immunity to the blinding condition succeeds automatically. On a failed save, the target has the blinded condition until the end of your turn. Yeah. Fairy Toast. Oh, okay, this could be interesting. Maybe not useful for me right now, but let's have a look. You and up to 5 other creatures make a toast and drink to the lords and ladies of the Fey Courts. When you cast the spell, choose one of the following toasts, the targets of which must be within 10 feet of you throughout the casting. Commiseration. Spellcasting participants can form or join a hag coven. While in the hag coven, each of the participants can share spell slots among themselves. Spells known by one member of the coven are known by all members of the coven for the duration and can be cast using any of the shared spell slots. Friendship. Each of the participants in the toast becomes Fey for the duration in place of their original type, and their status increases by 2d6 while they are in the Shadow Realm or the Brightlands. Wait, what the hell is this book again? This is Fairy Toast. Book of Ebon Tides. Okay. Communicate with beasts as though they share the language. Wisdom savings will be frightened. Gossamer wings. Fly speed equal to walking speed. Each of the participants gains advantage on saving throws against being charmed. Okay. Flowering. Okay, forced evolution. Gaseous form haste. Eat metal, hide in one's shadow. Horrific transformation, immovable object in intaglio. What the hell is Grim Hollow Player's Guide? Okay. A duplicate of a text or image. Okay. Jump, knock, levitate. Mock Strider, Magic Stone. Oh boy. Overs, overgrowth, passwall, plant growth, polymorph, preserve. I don't see much stuff that would be useful for me. At least not right now.
Be right back. I need to check my food is ready.
Take your time.
It's almost like dinner time.
Dinner
It is
time.
dinner time.
I wonder what's for dinner. Temporal Shunt. Tensor's Transformation. Thaumaturgy. Theft of Vitae. Stormwave, Time Stop, Tiny Servant, Transmute Rock. True Polymorph, Unbound Gravity, Vampiric Cause, Venomous Aura, Vitriolic Horror, Water Breathing, Water Walk, Wilting Smite, Windwalk, Zephyr Strike. Mislead. You gain the invisible condition at the same time that an illusory double of you appears where you are standing. Hmm. Shroud Blood, Silent Image, Simulacrum, Veil of the Reaper, Wave the Elder Sign, and Weird. That's so weird. Buff. Okay, whatever. I cannot find much useful stuff in there anyway. How about I try checking this? Bones. Absorb object, animation, aura, barrier, blindsight, bolster, concealment, darkness, detection, applied, genesis, haste, heal, insubstantial. Oh, okay, so it's intangible. Invisible, life drain, light, precognition, reading, regeneration, resistance, restoration, seeing, shapeshift, summon creatures, sustenance. Telekinesis, telepathy, teleport, tongues, transmutation, true sight. Wow, that's all of them. Okay, I need a change of music. Let's go with this. Okay. And you know what? I'm not gonna be greedy anymore. Let's just have a look here. Okay. What could be good for linking two characters together? Let's start with Bardic Lore, since that feels like something that would be about support. Group of people, increase all your rolls, and then for each person can ask any question about their personality. Communicate with others on a very basic level, even if you don't share language. If you help an ally socialize, that ally increases all rolls they make to socialize. Reputation. Crowd of onlookers. Convince somebody to do something that isn't against his character. Always know which direction to travel. Invent a legend. What's in your session? Get directive license to cause situation to be more dramatic, dangerous, and potentially reporting. Unnecessarily dangerous stuff. Once each combat at any point, steal a present creature's turn. It doesn't act until you do. Stun all creatures. Immune to disable. Deal melee damage to your attacker. Prepare to die. Performance. Biting away. Barrier, counterspell, evoker, force armor, magic missile, power within. Spell swap, blink, cantrips, detect magic, invisibility, ritual, wizard eye, academic debate, call familiar, a leading expert, scientific discovery, sleep. Okay, how about this? Let's have a look at some stuff that might be group based. So let's have a look at the command. You and adjacent allies lose 1 debuff on this turn. Cross 3 block, plus 1 damage die. Instead of being defeated, an ally falls to 1 life and gains soak equal to their toughness. Free turn to immediately resolve. Give orders. Inspire, shout. Increase 1 roll related to command. You and allies each gain 1 advantage. When you and your linked ally...
I'm back.
Welcome back. Attempt the same course of action. Both of you succeed if at least one of you does. One of you succeeding. When you and your linked ally make the same roll, both of you can take either roll's result. In other words, you are working synchronized and stuff. Hooray! I did it! The Link has 6 upgrades. It's getting somewhere. It's getting somewhere, that's at least a good thing to think. Good thing to ponder. Decoy. Okay, I have a neat idea for decoy.
Oh, what's a neat idea?
Okay, hear me out. Imagine this: you have a decoy, and there are some enemies in areas adjacent to it. If an enemy leaves their area without entering the decoy's area, the decoy will follow the enemy into that area automatically.
Yeah.
That's
like
the premise.
Like 100% they will follow the decoy.
No. It's not that they will follow the decoy. I mean, yes, that will be advantageous if they do. But if the decoy is next to an enemy who is leaving his area, the decoy...
multiple enemies.
Mortal enemies?
No, multiple enemies actually follow the decoy then.
Well, yeah, that's kind of the premise of this. It's like No, the premise is that the decoy will be able to move on its own without your control.
I see.
So when an when an enemy leaves an area adjacent to a decoy, to the decoys without entering its area. Well, you know what? The decoy can enter that area immediately.
Hmm.
I feel like I should say there that it's the player's choice, but I cannot fit that in there without making the thing longer.
I see. Makes sense.
What can I do? When an enemy leaves an adjacent area, you can let the decoy enter the area immediately. It can. Boom. That's so much better. And it's the 6th ability. Hooray! I mean 6th upgrade. Oh, my phone is ringing. Hold on. And let's check. Is JJ around? He's muted also, so chances are he's eating dinner, which is perfectly fine. I was gone
I'm
for.
back.
Oh, welcome.
Yeah. Okay. I just came back just now. Just got my pudding, my dessert.
Nice. Sounds like a good dinner. Okay. Just had a longish phone call. Not worth too much mention. Let's see. Wait, the. Oh, okay. Decoy has 6. Domain has 6. Enhance has 6. Grasper has 5. Just 5 for now. One more upgrade for Grasper. Actually, you know what? Screw it. For now, let's not deal with upgrades and let's get ourselves just a little bit distracted with something else that could be fun to look at. Oops. Adverse accident. Okay. I will show you new stuff that I added to Runehack Fairy Heist. That's right, there are new things. First of all, I established what the appearances of fairies are, mostly just copying this section from the Runehack RPG. I feel like I could make the table more compact by putting text to the side, but you know what? No, let's not do that. This is gonna be something interesting. When creating your character, pick one of these talents. This is just about simple abilities that you can use as a fairy just because of your biology. So we have the ability to glow, the ability to draw attention to yourself, healing, the ability to target people based on their presence itself around you, photosynthesis, which allows you to not eat and also to change your height a little, and swimming. If you don't pick this, you cannot do this. Simple as that. There is also this. This could also be pretty exciting. These are basically ways for the player to access different kinds of information just by default without any roles involved. Wait, hold on. I am not. I did not switch my screen. I will still be right back. Okay. So, what are people's pasts? They are activists, a corporation, gang, intellectuals, kingdom, or even some kind of subculture. It should be more specific than this, like being from a corporation doesn't make you a master of all corporations, but you know, as general guidelines, this will work. Now, specialties. These signify what you are best at within your group. For example, if someone is best at noticing changes, that means whenever there is something different, the GM will tell the player whose character is greatest at noticing changes. Hey, Tora, you've noticed that this is now different. And you will go, oh, that's interesting. This thing is different. You know?
Very different.
So, by the way, these lists are not exhaustive. Players could come up with their own stuff, as long as it's not like too powerful. The GM can veto with. GM may deny them. So what do I have listed here? Collecting rumors. If someone is great at collecting rumors, they are up to date with all the latest stuff, and they will likely be the one to tell the party. There's also someone great at finding hidden things, noticing changes. predicting reactions, reading emotions, and city orientation. It's neat, I think. Not that great, but I did not want to add into this game mental stat just so they could do these things. In my mind, it's just who notices first, you know? And it would be nice to distribute who notices first among the group without it being all focused on one player.
Yeah.
That's mostly a somewhat bad experience from D&D. It's not terrible, but it just feels weird when one or two characters in the group have this huge passive perception, which allows them to notice all the details first, and they will always be the ones to tell the rest of the party about stuff. In the same vein, similar things can happen when recalling lore and stuff. So, oh, Wizard is the intelligent one, therefore, he is the one to tell you about magical stuff or history or religious stuff. Religious and nature stuff can also be covered by the druid and cleric, but that doesn't matter. What's a barbarian supposed to tell the rest of the group that he noticed first? What's the fighter telling the rest of the group? The answer is not much. Unless the GM specifically says something to the fighter or barbarian because they are fighter or barbarian. My response is to just divide who notices what among the group. And hopefully that could work. I don't know yet for sure. I have some activities defined. Socializing is a bit more complicated now. I took inspiration from Yahtzee, or maybe I should say a Yahtzee variant called Crag. In it, you roll 3 six-sided dice and you try to make combinations. I figured I will only do some very basic combinations, so there's triples, which are quite unlikely. There are straights, which are pretty likely. And I think the most likely, I'm not sure, is rolling 3 numbers that are a sum of 13. Actually, that one we can check. Sum of 13 has almost a 10% chance of happening. To put that into perspective, chance of rolling three of a kind with dice is 2.78%, which I know doesn't make much sense when I put it as an output of 2 six-sided dice added together, but just trust me, the math works. It's basically this number multiplied by 6 is this. Okay, that unnecessary detail aside, since this is the most rare result, it gets the most powerful effect, which is the NPC does you a favor. What kind of favor? Up to you, and up to whatever the NPC will be fine with. I originally had in this table something along the lines of the NPC will hide you from the authorities, so that's a favor I consider valid, but it felt weird when I put it into one of these, since these are so much more frequent. And this one, I think, is the most frequent, therefore I've just made it a simple yet versatile thing. The NPC answers a question. I will ask them something, and they will answer to their best knowledge. Now, work. I thought a lot about how to do work. Mm, I experimented, tried and failed. Uh, I think I kind of want to imitate Balatro with work. How does this work? You roll one die for each digit in your current credit total. So if you have 30 credits, you roll 2 dice because it has 2 digits. If you roll fewer dice than that, oh yeah, because I said you may roll, so you can roll less. If you roll fewer dice than that, the amount of dice you forgo is added to your multiplier, starts at 1 times. So I am rolling 2 dice, I forgo one of the dice, and increase the multiplier from 1 times to 2 times. You earn an amount of credits equal to the sum of all rolls of 1, 2, and 3 multiplied by your multiplier. At least it has to be your multiplier. Okay. I'm gonna pull out my dice, the favorite part of the stream, everyone, because nobody else can see this, but hey, I am rolling 3 dice. Oh yeah, I recently had a change of this actually. Because rolling like this, it's a straight up math problem where it's like, okay, I'm setting 1 die or 2 dice actually. With the odd numbers, it's a little stranger. Screw it. Let's set aside 1 die and roll the rest. I rolled a 3 and a 5. 5 is ignored. 3 is accepted. 3 times multiplier of 1 plus I did not roll 1 die, so that's times 2. 3 times 2. I earned myself 6 credits. Hooray! That's not that much. I need to buff the multiplier somehow. But it's off to a promising start, I think. The new way I designed is that you start with 3 dice, and you can decide at each point whether you want to roll more dice or stop rolling and accept the rest as multiplier. So I have 3 dice. I'm gonna roll 1. It's a 2. If I stop right now, that's gonna be 3 times 2, that's 6 credits, which is pretty good. Can I get more than 6 credits? If I were to roll the other die and roll a 2 or a 3, that would be better. So let's try that. I rolled a 4. Do I want to roll the third die? Now, instead of 6, I am earning just 4. Let's roll it. Let's see. It's a 6, so it's ignored. I earned myself 2 credits. Yeah. I'm thinking maybe 2 dice. 2 dice per each digit, first of all, because that way you will be earning a bit more.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Work. You may roll 2 dice. I feel like overall it needs a rewrite. So let's start with that. Your work dice pool is start with 2 36 for each digit in your current credits total. You may roll them one at a time, adding. You may roll them one at a time or stop whenever you wish. Hmm. Okay, for now that's gonna stay like that. You may roll them one at a time or stop whenever you wish. When you stop rolling, you earn a sum of money equal to the sum of all rolls of 1, 2, and 3 multiplied by 1 plus the dice you didn't roll. You know what? Over here, let's say. Oh, not here. The sum. If the sum is 0 before the no. Minimum 1. Multiplied by 1 plus the dice you didn't roll. Hooray.
Oh dear.
Okay, I got 30 credits. That means I have 4 dice. I am gonna put them aside in a nice row. And let's have a look. First roll, it's a 2. If I stop rolling now, I will earn 4 times 2, 8 credits. Which is not much. If I were to buff it, it would earn 32 credits, which is cool, but that will be... that will make the heists feel worse. I think 8 credits could just be fine as a starting point, because if discounting all the living expenses and so on and so forth, I don't know. This part is hard, but at least I rewrote the work paragraph, so that's nice. So what do you think? Shall we go gambling?
Gambling?
Gambling! Let's
Gambling?
roll!
Oh no.
I rolled a 5. That's a bad. Instead of 8, I will now earn 6 credits if I stop now. Do I want to risk it? Shall
the
we?
risk worth it?
Is the risk worth it?
Maybe.
Okay, let's see. If I were to roll now, and I were to roll the best possible result, I would earn a total of 10 credits instead of 6 credits.
Oh dear.
But that has a chance of happening 1 in 6. Not good. Then again, 1 in 6 is also a chance that I will earn 8 credits, which is better than 6. And 1 in 6 chance is gonna be that I earn 6 credits. So 50% chance that it's gonna hurt, 50% chance that it's not gonna hurt. Do you want roll? It's 50-50.
I go for the flip of the coin. 50-50 it is.
Okay, I'm rolling the die. And I rolled a 2. Congratulations. Now you are
Yeah.
earning 8 credits.
Nice.
And at this point, it's not worth it to roll, because even if you were to get a 3, the best possible result, you would be earning 7 credits. So 8 credits it is. Hooray!
Hey. That's good. I believe in the luck. Yes.
The heart of the cards. Yugi, this is a dice game. Okay. Gonna put the dice back into the box. And let's have a look elsewhere. The heist. I've thought about initiative a whole bunch, And I think I will just take the initiative from the Runehack RPG, which is, first of all, the players decide their turns, and second of all, the enemies will act only after the player turns as a reaction to them. Well, or at the end of the turn if they haven't acted. It just feels the most sensible to me.
Of course.
Yeah. Which, by the way, links to the question I asked earlier.
What's that?
Why is the Link app useful? Especially this part, this upgrade. Linking any number of targets or allies. Why is this useful? The answer is really simple. This allows you and your whole crew to move at the same time. All of them.
Oh.
Yeah. It's a group move and it advances everyone. So if you were in a heist and you wanted to get a quick start, you would pick the person with the Link app to go first. They would use this version of the app, this upgrade, and link everyone, and they would bring them all into the building with them. It's gonna be just 2 moves, but it is worth it.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's the premise.
That sounds pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I look forward to playing this again. It's been quite a while. Okay, apps. For now, I am keeping the cost of 30 credits for upgrades and stuff. I do have a plan of making the apps in a way that the player picks just one at the start, and then eventually they get to pick another app of their choice. Since I have 9 of them, that is enough for a group of 4 to have non-overlapping applications, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
And there will still be 1 left over. Plus, if it's 9 of them, that means I get to arrange them into a neat grid here when I make illustrations for them. Maybe, possibly. Depending on whether I will or won't make illustrations for them. Anyway, yeah, I feel like I should maybe eat dinner.
Food. That's
Yeah.
understandable, my friend.
Yeah. The stream has been good. It's lasted nearly 4 hours, which is impressive. And yeah, I am glad that you helped me out. Even though there are still some things here and there that I will need to finish. 1 upgrade for Grasper. 2 upgrades for Puppet. And that's all. That's just 2 upgrades.
Many upgrades.
Yeah. Hold on. Can I do it now? Because, oh, by the way, that's 9 apps and 6 upgrades in each one. That's a total of 54 upgrades, which is a lot now that I think about it like that. Okay, Grasper, telekinesis. What could telekinesis be used for? Grabbing things, pulling or pushing. Could it prevent the door from being open? Should I isolate manipulation into a separate upgrade? That would make it underwhelming. The core premise of Grasper is to open doors for the big folk so that players can pass through.
Yeah.
Should it be something more like finesse? Like doing really complicated stuff with hands? Oh. I accidentally muted my computer. Okay.
Oh.
Hmm. What should telekinesis do? My mind keeps going to like pushing an enemy or keeping them in place, but at this stage, Grasper cannot do that. It's the job for that other app, the puppet. Hmm.
Hmm. I think Gasper's pretty good at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know what upgrades we could actually give it, Gasper,
Yeah, neither do I.
without it
It's
being overpowerful.
hmm. Let's have a look at Open Legends RPG again. Telekinesis. Show details. You reach out and extraordinary control an unattended inanimate object. Blah 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 blah. Object must be smaller than a 1-inch cube or lighter than 10 pounds. Okay, so their telekinesis just increases the size and weight of the object. You may move the target object up to 5 inches times. Not sure why is there an apostrophe there. Invoking attribute score. Oh, up to 5 inches times your invoking attribute score. Got it. As part of moving an object, you may also manipulate it, for example, turning a doorknob or opening a coin purse. New invocation of the spoon must be attempted whenever you finish a Okay, no, that's not gonna work for me. Maybe something among the Banes? Blinded, charmed, deafened to death, demoralized, disarmed, dominated, disarmed. Disarmed. Pulling an item out of a big folk's hand? Something that the big folk is holding, perhaps? It's situationally useful. It would get messy if the big folk was holding a gun and the players snatch the gun and they're like, woohoo, we are fairies with a gun, let's kill them.
Oh no, bloodthirsty.
You might be laughing, but that's a thing that I had to address years ago.
Oh no.
Someone was like, hey, I could get myself a gun. And I am like, hey, that's not what this game is about. Oh,
Yep. Oh no. It's like you seeing this fairy just like holding a big gun is like,
yeah,
uh
yeah, exactly.
oh.
Devastated
Oh
knockdown.
no.
Knockdown. Pulling a rope or something and causing a person who enters the room to trip over? I don't know. Mollify, persistent damage, phantasm, polymorph, provoked, spying, sickened, silenced, slow, stunned, stupefied, truthfulness. Oh, that's all the pains. Alternate form, area manipulation, armor mastery, attack redirection, attribute substitution, bane bonus, battle trance, battlefield opportunities, battlefield punisher, battlefield retribution, boon access, boon focus, breakfall. Are Griffo as the Swan, like the martial artists and swashbucklers of legendary tales, their agility enables you to fall from deadly heights unharmed. As long as you are conscious and able to act, reduce all falling damage by half. As long as you are conscious and able to act, you do not suffer falling damage. Okay. I am forming an idea. I am not sure. Ooh. Okay. Sorry for a tangent, but I got a message from the hotel. Specifically, I commissioned someone to make me a weapon.
Oh, nice. Oh, my.
And by make me a weapon, I mean make a weapon with a design based on me. Look at this. It's still in a sketch phase, but I can tell that if it's gonna be colored, which it might be, yeah.
Get the power of gun.
Yeah. So this is based on my avatar, the one that I am using right now on the stream and so. And it's gonna be rendered similar to these, which, yeah, pretty cool. Look at this. Rhythmic Slicer, Weeping Edge, Sinclair, Brazen Bell, Relic Bone of Conduction, Ruby Rebel, Clover. Yeah, the artist's name, I should probably say that. Okay, I don't see it right now because of the streamer mode, but I believe it is Soul Fiesta. So shout out to Soul Fiesta for cool weapon designs. Look at these. So cool. Restrict and Retribution. The Hole Punch, that one looks sick. Oh, and the Shadow Snake, the weapon that can change form. Yeah, this... I like this. I was expecting something like this, but this is looking hella cool as well. Okay. So, where are we? What are we doing? Yeah, Grasper. Feats. Breakfall. I had an interesting idea for an upgrade for Grasper, which would be like you can walk along the walls or ceilings, and you are immune to falling damage. Except for the fact that we are talking about fairies with wings that can fly by default. That already means that climbing and poking on ceilings, all that stuff would be situational. Now, falling safely from a height sounds more useful, but I don't see if it would be happening nearly often enough to warrant an upgrade. Okay. Brutal Intimidation, Climbing, Combat Follow-Through, Combat Momentum, Companion, Craft Mundane Item, Craft Extraordinary Item, Crushing Blow, Deathless Trance, Defensive Mastery, or Defensive Reflexes. Hold on, let me move this here so that I can see the chat. Defensive Reflexes, Destructive Trance, Die Hard. Once per day, an attack that would reduce you to less than 1 HP reduces you to 1 HP instead. Enemy resistance, evasive footwork. The enemy does not get the usual opportunity attack. Okay, here is an idea. Here's an idea. Maybe the Grasper can be set up so that if it is in an area with a hiding fairy and a big folk finds this fairy, the Grasper will pick up the fairy and pull it to an adjacent area automatically. that has upsides and downsides. Upside being, oh yeah, you are not gonna get caught. That's cool. Downside is that now you are exposed. I'm not sure if I should allow Grasper to automatically pull you into a hiding spot. But as an escape strategy, that could be neat. What do you think?
Yes. Can you repeat that again?
Okay, so imagine this scenario, right? Hold on, let me make the music a little quieter. Okay, imagine this scenario. Tora is hiding in an area in one of the hiding spots, one of the nooks. That's, by the way, the new term I am using for it, a nook. So, Tora is hiding in a nook. A big folk enters her area and starts to search through the nooks and eventually finds Tora. This ability, this upgrade, would allow you to use Grasper to pull Tora out of her hiding spot, out of this area, into an adjacent area. Immediately, out of your turn. Because a big folk found you.
That is pretty useful. Is it a... Yeah, that's a pretty... very useful ability. Very powerful as well.
Mm-hmm. The only problem is that it's not gonna put you into a different hiding spot. And it can only pull you one area away.
I see.
And it can only pull you if you are in the same area as the Grasper.
Yeah, okay, just one area, so it's not too overpowered then.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Thinking whether that should be the final upgrade here or not. Yeah, let's screw it. If a fairy, if an ally in your Grasper's area is about to be grabbed, you can immediately take a turn using the Grasper. It can't act on your next turn. See, so not only does it get to... Actually, that's all it gets to do, because when you use the app, your Grasper can move one area and perform one action. This one action is picking you up, and moving one area is a move. So I think that's good enough.
Pretty good.
Yeah, thinking about whether it could be better. Okay, one more improvement. If a Grasper carries moose to an adjacent area while carrying an item with a weight greater than 5, it ends immediately. Now, why is this a useful addition? The reason is simple. Because it's gonna allow you to move heavy items one area at a time. It's gonna allow you to move your allies away from the danger. But if they are too heavy, the Grasper will disappear immediately after. Okay, that's it for now. I know that I am still missing a limitation for the puppet and 2 upgrades, but for now I think that's good enough. It's way better than what I had before, and I am satisfied.
Sweet.
I feel like I could play games for the rest of the stream, but then again, I feel like I've had a lot today, so I'm gonna end it here. Hmm?
Yeah, you can take a break.
Of course I can. Thank you for
You did
keeping me
well.
company.
No worries, my friend.
And hopefully we will get around to playing that goofy game soon enough.
Oh, I have to check my dates and all.
Okay,
But yeah,
we can do that off stream though. Okay.
yeah.
As for this stream, I am glad that everyone was here. Thank you, and have a wonderful rest of the day. See you next time.